and members of parliament, support staff, radio listeners, TV viewers, those viewing via social media, and members of the media, and those in the public tribune. Welcome to public meeting number 5 of today, Thursday, November 10th, 2022. I would like to give a special welcome to the Minister of Finance, Mr. Artwell Irion, and his support staff. We have established a quorum of 12 members. Please stand for a moment of silence. Thank you. Let me adjourn the meeting for 2 minutes to get some paperwork in order, and we will resume shortly. Meeting adjourned. and want to thank you for your indulgence. The agenda point for this meeting today is draft national ordinance containing rules regarding the standardization of salaries of top officials in the public and semi-public sector, the national ordinance standardizing top incomes, which is listed in incoming document 883 of the parliamentary year 2021-2022 and is dated May 11th, 2022. It is good to note that this meeting was originally scheduled for October 28, 2022, with a different agenda point, but was postponed until further notice upon request of the Council of Ministers. This meeting was called again on November 7th, 2022, with a new agenda point. However, due to lack of quorum, the meeting could not be held. We go over to the agenda point. The draft national ordinance containing rules regarding the standardization of salaries of top officials in the public and semi-public sector was received on July 6, 2022 by Parliament. A Central Committee meeting was held on July 8, 2022 on the subject matter, in which members of Parliament posed their questions and the ministers answered these questions. A report has been made on the deliberations in the Central Committee meeting and was sent to the central government as well as to all members of Parliament. The government answered this report with a so-called nota naar aanleiding van het verslag, which is in incoming document 164 of the current parliamentary year 2022-2023 and is dated November 4th, 2022. All members have received a copy of the draft national ordinance and the nota naar aanleiding van het verslag digitally via email, and it can be found on the P drive of Parliament. I would first like to give the floor to the Minister of Finance, Mr. Artwell Irion, for any opening remarks and any presentation. Minister, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon to the members of Parliament. Good afternoon to the people of St. Martin. I'd like to go directly into the presentation if possible, but I don't see it on the screen.
Minister, before you take the floor, it was just brought to my attention that I did not open the floor for notifications. So with your indulgence, Minister, give me 2 minutes. I will now go back to the point of notifications and look at the members if there's any need. MP Westcott Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A good afternoon to you, a good afternoon to my colleagues, and a good afternoon to the Minister and his support staff who are here. Good afternoon to all tuned in to this meeting of Parliament. Mr. Chairman, as notifications, I would like to make note of the fact, and this one happens to be good that it's at this meeting where the Minister is at, and that is that several members of Parliament and myself have, I can say again, requested an urgent meeting of Parliament to discuss the update on the plans for tax reform, system and organization, and current tax practices. Mr. Chairman, we have taken note of the latest estimate given by the Minister as to when this matter will come to Parliament. Not only has it again been pushed forward before Parliament can give its input into this discussion, but let me also use the last point in our request to highlight why again we're asking this. And that is that we believe that for too long the government has gotten away with excluding Parliament from truly debating the changes to existing laws and such from a fundamental position of where we want to see the country in the future. Unfortunately, the government has shown no willingness, in our opinion, to think outside of the proverbial box in the benefit of the population at large. That's the last sentence in that request. On a more exciting note, at least for us who support this, Mr. Chairman, I also want to make it known that members of Parliament have requested a meeting of Parliament for the presentation to the Parliament of St. Martin of Women in Parliament.sx, a caucus for female MPs on St. Martin. Mr. Chairman, we look forward to this meeting being called as soon as possible, as we believe that given the significance of the month of November for, amongst other observations, that of the elimination of violence against women, diabetes as well, tolerance, and we request therefore that this meeting be convened as soon as possible during the month of November. Mr. Chairman, at present, all the female members in Parliament are in support of this presentation and a meeting being convened in that context. Thirdly, Mr. Chairman, I want to make mention of the fact that, again, several members of Parliament, including myself, have requested that the government be apprised and asked to take into serious consideration the fact that part of the scheduling of Parliament includes a so-called question hour, in which ministers are requested to come to Parliament to give answers to questions that would have been provided to them beforehand. Mr. Chairman, although we know for a fact that with the issue of the question hour, there was this thing about time limit, how many questions can go into the time limit, but nevertheless, we ask and impress upon the leadership of Parliament that the government be informed to consider the question hour of Parliament part of their schedule as well, so that when such a request is made, the respective minister can come to Parliament and respond to the members of Parliament on questions related to matters that affect our community. Mr. Chairman, I want to also take the opportunity of notifications before, for me, it gets lost in everything else in this meeting, and that is to extend my best wishes for a happy and safe St. Martin Day tomorrow, November the 11th. I wish our entire population on the island and persons from St. Martin, wherever they might be, the very best on this day as we observe our national day, our togetherness, our culture, our heritage, and everything that comes and goes with being a St. Martiner. So in advance of tomorrow, St. Martin Day, I want to wish the entire population a very happy, blessed, and safe St. Martin Day. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, MP Westcott Williams. Do we have any further notification? MP George.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon to the Chair, my colleagues in Parliament, of course, Honourable Minister of Finance, those that are sitting in the tribune, those that are viewing and probably listening. Mr. Chairman, I too want to take this opportunity to since tomorrow, Friday, is St. Martin's Day, I really do hope that the events that will be held tomorrow will definitely show real unity. We understand very often that at times, Mr. Chairman, that some things are used to play the political game, and I believe that those who have listened to the last discussion that were held here on this floor, where you had a back and forth, which was unfruitful when it came to the listeners, Mr. Chairman, I hope that tomorrow that spirit of unity will definitely prevail. So I want to take this opportunity to wish the people of St. Martin, northern and southern side, a happy and a pleasant, enjoyable St. Martin Day. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, MP George Pontiflet. MP Bryson.
Mr. Chairman, thank you and good afternoon to you, my colleague members of Parliament, the Secretary General, and those viewing. Mr. Chairman, I too would like to wish everyone a happy St. Martin's Day tomorrow that we will be celebrating on the French side as is customary with the rotation. And having received the schedule, I'm very much looking forward to celebrating with our colleagues on the French side and Dutch side, North and South, and everyone that will also be viewing by various media. Of course, the much discussed MOU between the two governments with the signing of the unity flag will take place at 12:20 p.m. So that is also something that I look forward to witnessing there as part of the program. So I wish everyone a good long weekend. It does fall on a Friday this year, and a good celebration of our beautiful island. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, MP Bryson. MP Hyacinth Richardson.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the good people of St. Martin. Good afternoon to the persons that sit in the tribune. I too, Mr. Chairman, would like to take this opportunity to wish the good people of St. Martin a happy St. Martin's Day, both Dutch side and French side. And Mr. Chairman, I hope that we all enjoy this day and do good things for St. Martin. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, MP Hyacinth Richardson. We have come to the end of notifications by members. From my end, I have one notification in regards to members of Parliament. Member Rayon Peterson has asked us to convey that he will, but somewhat.
Content of this presentation will be the chronological order and the background, the main features of the design presented to the Council of Advice, design presented to Parliament, and then open for questions. As an introduction to the Design National Ordinance, top incomes, and to provide you with an in-depth insight, I provide the members of Parliament with the following chronological background information. On the 15th of May 2020, the Kingdom Council of Ministers decided, among others, for Aruba, St. Martin, and Curaçao to maximize the top incomes within the public sector. On March 18th, 2021, the National Ordinance on the Standardization of Top Incomes within the Public Sector of St. Martin was published in the official publication under number AB 2021, number 8. On March 26, 2021, the Kingdom Council of Ministers decided to assess the standardization of top incomes within the countries of Aruba, St. Martin, and Curaçao. On April 26, 2021, the Ombudsman requested the Constitutional Court, among other things, to assess the published national ordinance on the standardization of the top incomes within the public sector, on the compatibility with the Constitution of St. Martin, and to annul the national ordinance completely or partially on the incompatibility of the national ordinance with our Constitution. On May 11th, 2021, the comparison report on the standardization of the top incomes with Aruba, St. Martin, and Curaçao was finalized. On June 18th, 2021, the Kingdom Council of Ministers mentioned that the comparison report will be discussed with the countries to determine how the recommendations will be incorporated in the established national ordinance. On September 24th, 2021, the Kingdom Council of Ministers decided for St. Martin to adjust the legislative text of the national ordinance top incomes in accordance with its decision no later than the 1st of November 2021. On November 1st, 2021, the Constitutional Court, in its decision, ruled to reject the request of the Ombudsman. On November 8th, 2021, the Ministry of Interior and Kingdom Relations came with a proposal to adjust the ordinance within the public sector. On February 25th, 2022, the Kingdom Council of Ministers decided for the amendment of the national ordinance on top incomes with the public sector to be submitted at the Council of Advice before May 1st, 2022. On March 25th, 2022, the Kingdom Council of Ministers called upon St. Martin to submit a draft national ordinance to Parliament as soon as possible after receiving the advice from the Council of Advice. On April 28, 2022, the amendment of the National Ordinance on the top incomes was submitted at the Council of Advice. On May 24th, 2022, the Council of Advice established its advice. These developments resulted in the design, National Ordinance, standardization of top incomes as presented to Parliament today. And through the following slides of my presentation, I will go over the amendments that were made. The main features of the design. The LNTA provides a legal basis for 1. The implementation of a maximum salary for top officials in the public and semi-public sector. Top officials are members of the highest executive and supervisory organs of the public and semi-public entities, as well as the most senior subordinate or the member of the group of the highest subordinates to the organ and the persons charged with the day-to-day management of the entire public or semi-public entity. Consultants are also considered to be top officials under the scope of the law in certain circumstances. 2. The scope of the application of the law. The draft further outlines what entities are considered to fall under the law. For example, entities in which government wholly or partially holds the shares, entities subsidized up to 50% by government, legal persons established by national ordinance, and legal entities where the government appoints board members or has a say in the company's policy. 3. The publication of the salary and function information. Any invasion of privacy, as enshrined in Article 5 of the Constitution and Article 8 of the AVRM, requires a legal basis in the national ordinance. Now it is taken up in the national ordinance. A legal basis has been created for the publication obligation. All entities that fall under the scope of the LNT are obligated to publish the remuneration of all top officials in the yearly financial statements. Publication is not by name, but a function and accompanying salary paid to that function. 5. The enforcement. Different than the initial draft, this draft contains provisions for administrative enforcement by way of lost under dwang sum. The draft further contains an auditor control for compliance and a duty for the auditor to report any findings to the Minister of Finance. Any payments made above the norm are considered to be undue payments. And lastly, 6, the transition period of 2 years included. Design presented to the Council of Advice. The main amendments presented to the Council of Advice are 1, the new norm, 130% norm above the Prime Minister's salary, which includes the salaris, representatiekosten, vakantietoeslag, tijdelijke korting, beloning per maand, beloning per jaar, etc., etc., etc. And the current salary maximum is 332,000 guilders, 330,000 guilders. Next is the auditor control and the auditor to report to the Minister of Finance. Based on Article 11, the auditor has the legal obligation to control whether the entity in question is adhering to the rules set out in the LNT and thereby the norm when controlling the financial statements of the entity. The auditor further has a duty to report to the Minister of Finance in the case the norm is exceeded. This follows from Article 12. 3, fixed pension contribution of 30,000 guilders per year. This is in accordance with the decision of the Kingdom Council of Ministers on September 24th, 2021. 4, undue payment, the part of the remuneration that exceeds the norm, which can be reclaimed. Let me continue. Enforcement. Chapter 4 of the legislation introduces an administrative enforcement clause. The part of the remuneration that exceeds the norm is considered an undue payment and can be reclaimed by way of loss under dwang sum. 8, the publication. Pursuant to Article 10 of the LNT, LNT entities are obligated to publish the remuneration of all top officials in the yearly financial statements. And 9, the transition period of 2 years. In Article 23, it is proposed for a transition period of 2 years for the remuneration to adhere to the norm. after the advice of the Council of Advice, changes were made to the design national ordinance. The main amendments presented to Parliament are: the biggest change to the draft ordinance based on the advice of Council of Advice relates to the maximization of severance pay. Based on this advice, the Council, equal to Aruba, Curaçao, and the Netherlands, the draft now includes a maximum that can be paid out for severance. This maximum amounts to 1/3 of the applicable norm. In this case, 111,000 guilders. Once the norm has been adjusted to no longer include a 25% cut, this amount would also have to be adjusted to be 1/3 of the new maximum norm. A provision was also included in this draft to allow the government to amend the severance pay maximum by LBHAM, should this be necessary. In addition, a minor change in the definitions was introduced on the advice of the Council of Advice, and the term rechtspersoon of instelling was amended to semi-publiek entiteit. The Council was of the opinion that this definition provided a better coverage where it pertained to entities that did not contain legal personality, and felt it was more appropriate and better encompassing. Lastly, the Council of Advice suggested that the government reevaluate all provisions in the legislation that allowed for delegation to the minister by way of ministerial regulation. Upon this advice, certain provisions were amended from the delegation by ministerial regulation to delegation by LBHAM. For example, any change to the norm amount of the fixed pension contribution will have to occur pursuant to an LBHAM. Mr. Chairman, members of Parliament, that's it for the presentation. I look forward to the questions.
Thank you, Minister of Finance, Minister Irion. I want to remind members that the allotted speaking time is 20 minutes in the first round and 10 minutes in the second round. And we do have a speakers list. The first speaker, MP Rolando Bryson.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, once again, and to my colleague, members of Parliament. Mr. Chairman, I would like to thank the Minister for, first of all, bringing this piece of legislation to Parliament. We handled it in the Central Committee meeting, and we received the answers both verbally, but also in the report further to the report from Parliament. And in essence, when we reached to this point where we have to now approve the legislation, I started with 3 major concerns, 2 of which I think were somewhat addressed by the government, but I will delve into a little bit, and the 3rd of which I believe I would try, with the support of the Parliament, to fix by means of an amendment. But I would like to start, before going over to the amendment, to the 2 other issues that have been a part of this debate. The first, one of the questions I had was related to the Central Bank of Curaçao and St. Martin. And indeed, it was interesting from the answers provided to the Minister, and then in further research to the structure and the manner in which the central bank is set up, it was interesting to realize that while it is a joint central bank, the employment conditions, so the contracting entity, etc., is still the government of Curaçao. So from an employee perspective, while the person works for the Central Bank of Curaçao and St. Martin, they're an employee in Curaçao, and therefore it is the LNT of Curaçao, so their handling of this law, that would actually regulate what will happen to the top incomes at the central bank. I remain very curious to see how Curaçao plans to handle that, because we do know that there are some salaries at the Central Bank of Curaçao and St. Martin that would completely dwarf not just the salary of our Prime Minister, but of all semi-public and public entity workers in St. Martin. So it is very interesting to at least have that as well. Being that that is something then that cannot be addressed by means of our legislative agenda, then I look to the question about the judicial branch, why the judicial branch is excluded from this piece of legislation. And indeed, it appears that this is where we have another interesting situation of our constitutional and statute structure. Because the courts, indeed, their salaries and their positions are actually regulated in a kingdom law that actually allows, by means of an algemene maatregel van bestuur, that actually then sets the salaries and employment conditions of those working within the judicial branch. What is interesting about this topic is that on a kingdom level, that is being arranged for the work that they are doing here. So in other words, our lower level of legislation, so a national ordinance cannot supersede the legislation from the kingdom stating that this is what their salaries are supposed to be. However, it is interesting maybe to think from a legal perspective, but also from a philosophical perspective, that the Parliament of St. Martin, even by means of its legislative focus, even by means of bringing legislation, cannot touch in any way the salaries and, let's say, create that sort of solidarity within the judicial branch. However, the statute of the country, I believe Article 3 or 4, does not make that a sort of kingdom gelegenheid. So it is now really where we see that there are some structures that we have created in the understanding that we would have this joint court system. But even if we want, as the Parliament of St. Martin, to implement these sort of changes, the legal situation is really that it is up to the kingdom to set those salaries. But it does beg the question, why did the kingdom not take that initiative on their own and simultaneously say that we will fix it here, but we also want the solidarity here as well? So with those two legal hurdles, Mr. Chairman, one that I do think this Parliament can address is the fact in the way that the top income is actually ultimately calculated. And what I mean by that is that the way the legislation has been brought forward to become a permanent sort of legislation, it is using the top income of the Prime Minister, so 25%, let's say, over the highest salary from the public sector, which is our Prime Minister's salary, and adding a percentage on top of that to create a ceiling for what semi-public workers at the top level should be earning. Now, I've stated it as a fact. I do agree there should be a ceiling. Just as there's a ceiling for within the civil service, there should also be a ceiling within our semi-public sectors, because these entities, by extension of the government, are also dealing with public funds. So that part is understandable. However, if it is that the intention of the government with this legislation is to make it about a percentage of the highest salary, which is our Prime Minister, then I believe that should not be on the basis of what the current salary is with a salary cut, then taking a percentage on top of that. No, I believe it should be based on what the original intended salary of the Prime Minister should be, and then making it a maximum above that. Because remember, all of us members of Parliament, as well as government, of the ministers as well, have agreed to a salary cut. But that is a decision that we took in solidarity as well. But now you have a cut that is being proposed for, or a cap on the highest level, and I believe that should be based on what our original intention was for what the salary should be. Because if the day does come that we revert to that, then what will we do? Will we now bring another amendment again? Are we going to now completely have to change everyone's contracts? I think we should look forward to what the original salary is. That legislation still exists. The bezoldiging politieke gezagdragers, that law still exists. There is a temporary law that has affected that law, but I think we should use that as the basis. Mr. Chairman, I would like to ask the minister in that regard, because of course, we have the right of amendment as per Article 86 of the Constitution, but I would like to know from the minister if he believes this. I would note as well, Mr. Chairman, that I did send the amendment as well as the meeting brief for the amendment shortly before the meeting began, so I can imagine it may take some time before the members of Parliament or the minister receives it. But if I can get some feedback on that aspect, what is the position of the government on that? Do you understand, let's say, the intention to ensure that the level is actually raised? And it is something that I discussed at IPCO. It is something that I questioned the CFT about, this right of amendment of members of Parliament, that if we see, no, this is the way it should go. The government has made agreements on an underlinger level with the Netherlands, but the Parliament is saying, hold on, there's a limit to what we think you should be doing, and we think we should go in this direction. If other members of Parliament support this, then it would be interesting to see that that is respected. I think the intent behind the law is clear, but we as members of Parliament also can act to safeguard how we put these pieces of legislation in place. We've seen sometimes in the Parliament where It is just about voting for or against based on whether you are part of a coalition or not. I have consistently stated that even if it is our government that I support that brings legislation, it is here now, and I think we can assist and support or agree or disagree on what should be presented, but I do believe that in order to get the support for this legislation, we should bring that top income back to that level, which I believe will amount to, there we go, pull up the amendment, just to state the changes. It would change the amount from 333,000 guilders to 427,000 guilders within Article 4. And within Article 8, it would change the amount of 111,000 guilders to the amount of 143,000 guilders. I believe that this is a more fair ceiling for our CEOs and managers and so on within the country. It is more realistic for what the intention was from since 10-10-10 in terms of what the top salaries within the country should be based on our original bezoldiging regeling. And I think that this would be something that can help me and others that want to ensure that we have a balanced approach to creating this ceiling, have the support for the legislation without affecting as much. I do understand there are other amendments to be presented that I will be going through. I believe also another concern might be addressed by another member of parliament, which would be the length of time in terms of how much time you have to actually do the overgangs. I think, what do you call it? The transition period. I would also be asking the minister if he can comment on his views regarding a longer transition period to allow those that might be affected to make the necessary arrangements and changes. Another point I want to ask, when we look at the 12.5% cut that those entities currently take, just to be clear that they have already been, I guess most entities or public sector entities have been executing a sort of cut across the board, and just to confirm that the management teams have also been applying that cut from even before this law was in place. So I'm talking about the 12.5%. So, Mr. Chairman, with those answers, we can maybe move forward and maybe have some more information within the second round. But this would be the amendment that I present to this law, hopefully with the support of Parliament. Then with this amendment, the law can have my support. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, MP Bryson, and we move over to the next speaker, MP Westcott Williams. You have until 3:37. 3:30 and 47 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and a good afternoon once again. Mr. Chairman, I want to thank the Minister for his brief introduction to this law that is before us, and the Minister gave a historic review of the coming into being of this law. Mr. Chairman, what I missed and what I have been missing, and in what I have been asking the Minister about, and unfortunately up to now, whether in the meeting regarding this draft law or the draft budget as amended 2022, I can't put my finger on the questions or answers to the questions that I will be posing regarding this draft law. Mr. Chairman, fact is that while today we are dealing with what can basically be considered the law on the standardization of top incomes in the public and semi-public sector. That law that we have before us today and are debating today came about on the basis of a temporary law that also included the cutting of the benefits of the same sector, semi and public entities, semi-public and public entities. So, Mr. Chairman, the law that was referred to by the Minister, that was one of the three that went to the Constitutional Court, included maximization of top incomes on one hand and the 12.5% cut in benefits on the other hand. That is one law. As I always do, I want to remind the public especially that there are 3 laws in this context that were passed by Parliament. The one cutting the benefits of the civil servants and like workers with 12.5%, and how the government calculated that 12.5%. One would recall things like vacation days, vacation allowance, overtime, etc., etc. That's one. The next law was the law cutting the salaries and benefits of political office holders. Thirdly, we have this law. This law, as I mentioned before, did 2 things. One, maximization of top incomes and the cutting of benefits for semi and semi-public, public and semi-public institutions or entities, if you wish. Mr. Chairman, I have been asking for the last, I guess since the law went into effect, regarding government's handling of the 12.5% cut in the semi-public and public entities such as, but not only, subsidized school boards. Mr. Chairman, the law that is on the books right now regarding this matter contains a listing of all entities that are affected by the law which is currently on the books. And that is the combination law, maximization, top income, and the reducing of benefits, etc. So, Mr. Chairman, now the government, on the basis of the conditions of the kingdom government, has revised completely the law on the standardization of top incomes. I want to repeat it. Based on the conditions levied by the kingdom government, the law, the part of the law on the standardization of top incomes throughout has been amended to what we have before us here. So what has the government done? The government took the law, the one that went to the Constitutional Court for top incomes and reduction of 12.5%, and took out of it the top income issue, presented that in a new law before us today, and left the issue of the 12.5% cut in the benefits of the workers, such as those at the library, those at the schools, the VKS, the list is there along with the law, and left it hanging there. So we have seen these entities themselves have been asking what to do with the application of this 12.5% cut. Some have applied it, some have not. Some started and stopped because the government told them you could go ahead, you don't have to cut vacation allowance, you don't have to cut your salaries, we paid you the entire subsidy. Confusion abound. Confusion abound. 1 minute, we are seeing the Minister of Finance and his colleague, the Deputy Prime Minister, meeting with school boards. The next minute, you got unions representing and a chaos completely. Workers are asking, what are we to do? Just 2 days ago, some school boards then decided they could have, based on what I don't know, but they could have paid out vacation allowance. Other school boards are still asking, or the workers at least, where is our vacation allowance? So by the government addressing the top income, and I ain't going there yet. The kingdom government told the government, the law that you had on the maximization of top incomes, that cannot cut it. You're going to fix it. And you're going to send us a law with the conditions as we put them forward as far as top incomes are concerned. That's what we're dealing with here today. That's the reality of it. And the government doesn't mention a word about the other part of the law that is currently on the books. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to go now into some of the reaction by the government to questions asked by members of parliament on the draft before us. Because also in this maze of things, in terms of salaries, the height of salaries, cutting salaries, who gets what, who doesn't get what, is the issue of consultants. We asked the government, Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, so how do you determine exactly this? And Mr. Chairman, we have seen the inaccuracies where this terminology is concerned recently with the EHAS workers. Government said, no, they're no workers, they're not workers, they're consultants. But a document signed that says employees. So, Mr. Chairman, listen to the answer given by the government regarding the issue of consultants. And I quote, the government responded to the question, is there a cap on how many consultants? And the government responded, listen carefully, consultants must be seen as all hired persons who perform work on the basis of, for example, a contract for services, but in practice work as if they were civil servants or contract agents. Think of the consultants, advisors, who in practice work mainly or solely for a particular minister or managing director, where the semi-government entity is, in most cases, their only client. They are part of the regular staff of executive level, usually act on behalf of the minister or managing director, and participate as his representative in important committees and meetings with government services, trade unions, and other stakeholders. These officials are virtually indistinguishable from civil servants or contract staff in the service of the country public entity, which means that there is de facto a disguised employment contract. However, consultants are not classified and paid in accordance with the remuneration regulations for civil servants, and listen to this, but receive a much higher remuneration, in most cases considerably higher than the minister for which they work. End of the answer provided by the government. So I would like the minister, based on this answer, to provide to Parliament an answer to the question, how many persons per minister and ministry would fall in this category as put forward here by the government? Mr. Chairman, the answer that I just read didn't come from me. That's not my statement. That's an answer by the government. So I would like to know, since the government could write this, how many persons work for ministers under this type of a contracting, so to speak? And then, Mr. Chairman, I continue again with the answers given by the government. And the government said, in response to what are the conditions levied by the Netherlands for the government to start the phasing out of the 12.5% cut. And the government responded as follows. The draft ordinance maximizing top incomes must be approved by Parliament according to the RMR conditions. 1, it should be covered in the budget, not by liquidity support, and the CFT will assess the proposal. But Mr. Chairman, I need your attention, Mr. Chairman, I need your attention for the following. No request to apply Article 25 of the RFT can be made if there is space in the budget to fully phase out the 12.5%. And the 25% reduction for political authorities has to for now stay in place. Okay, now that latter one, I want this one here. To request, no request to apply Article 25 of the RFT. You know what that article is? Mr. Chairman, in the RFT, an exception has been made for the government to deviate from the norms, the budgetary norms and the like in Article 15 of the RFT. If we have an extraordinary, a catastrophe, a disaster, and now we have to agree that we cannot ask to deviate from those norms because we're going to phase out the 12.5%? And the government agrees with something like this? So if right now we can pay out the 12.5% from our budget, that means that if tomorrow, God forbid, we saw a situation developing like we had just last week and the week before, we can't say, well, you know, we can't meet the norms in our budget. How could the RMR, the Kingdom Council of Ministers, decide to put out of effect an article in the Consensus Kingdom Law Financial Supervision by a stroke of the pen? How is that possible? And how could the government agree with something like that, is my question. The RMR, as the minister continued to respond, I am on the responses provided by the government in writing. So I'm making anything up. And another response is that for St. Martin, the RMR decided that in order to increase the effectiveness of this law, top income, the following points had to be included in the law. And then we got a list of things. The remuneration includes the sum of the remuneration, taxable, fixable, and variable expense allowance, etc., etc., etc. And the question would be, why and how could the RMR, the Kingdom Council of Ministers, go so in depth to decide how we must put a law together? That's what they're telling us. You're going to maximize top incomes. This is what you got to do. Not what you can do. Not that this would be more effective or efficient. No, this is what you got to do. All of them are right here. That they even go into the pension schemes, that the long-term rewards due to the level and variation in pension schemes for political or politicians in the country, etc., will be calculated with a fixed amount of 30,000, and it goes on. Mr. Chairman, I'm not going, because that's a whole long listing of conditions that the Kingdom Council of Ministers decided that must come in this law here for top incomes. Otherwise, we can't get rid of the 12.5% cuts. Not for subsidized bodies and not for civil servants. So right now, the vacation allowance that was paid out in June by the government of St. Martin, you still got where the vacation days needed to be put in holding, in a hold, or before they could be released. We got to agree to all of these conditions here. That's what the government is telling us with this law that is before us. Mr. Chairman, all of this thing that goes on regarding the government-owned entities and companies, I would like if the minister can give us an update where we are with a corporate governance policy that is being developed, has been developed. We have a MOU, we have a protocol. Where are we where this is concerned? Where are we with the matter of the shareholder representation of government entities? A whole discussion in the last meeting in here. Is it is it one minister? Is it two ministers? Is it three ministers? We're talking government-owned companies. This law affects all government-owned companies, but we can't talk about the policies that regulate the relationship between the shareholder and these companies. So, Mr. Chairman, saying all of that, and by the government coming here with a law, taking out all the parts regarding the maximization of the top incomes, but leave this unclear issue, unsolved issue of the cut in the benefits of subsidized institutions. Mr. Chairman, I have presented through Parliament, through the official channels of Parliament, an amendment to this law. And it's a fundamental, yet very short amendment. Because what the government has done in this law here, the government has taken out the articles in the law, the temporary law, top income maximization. The government has taken out articles 2, 3, and 4 out of the existing law and created this new law. And I have put forward in my amendment to also take out Article 5 from the existing law. Article 5 that regulates the 12.5% cut from semi-public and public institutions. So, Mr. Chairman, that amendment, I'll present a copy now, but it is in at Parliament and booked in, and I know that several of my colleagues support this idea that once and for all, we get this out of the law so that the government can be clear with these institutions in terms of their subsidy, whether the 10% regard the 12.5% or it does not regard the 12.5%, and make clear decisions based on a law. Because right now, how that whole discussion has been going with respect to this 12.5%, it's not based on the law that is before us. So some of the entities are hesitant because of the existence of the law right now that tells them what to do with 12.5%. And others but the minister told me, Minister of Education, Minister of Finance, Deputy Prime Minister, told me I could go ahead and pay. So that law there, I'm going to have to figure out at some point how I compensate for what I'm paying. Now, this is not a right condition to have these persons and institutions in, Mr. Chairman. So, with that, I would like to present you with the amendment regarding a change to the law that we have before us. I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, MP Westcott Williams. We have no further speaker. We have no further speaker. Is she signing it this week? We have one more speaker, MP Angelique Rumo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I can have just a second, my laptop is going there on me. Mr. Chairman, as far as this law is concerned, I would also like to bring forth an amendment. The reason for me presenting this is to have a more fair transition period. I believe in previous meetings I have indicated that it can be quite unfair at times that persons have gotten accustomed to a certain salary, and because of this they have needs that need to be met, and just getting a news or being informed that your salary is going to be diminished or lessened puts a burden on the individual. It is quite noteworthy to note that the Netherlands themselves took quite a while for a transition. They took about 7 years before they transitioned with this particular law. And my amendment would be to take the transition period from 2 years to 5 years, Mr. Chairman. Yes. So the purpose of this amendment to the National Ordinance on the standardization of top incomes is to have the LNT is to adjust the 2-year transition period. The LNT is strongly inspired by the Top Income Standards Act. And at the time of entry into the force of the WNT, it grants respectful effect to existing contracts for a period of 4 years. This means that when the WNT came into effect, agreed remunerations continued to apply for a period of 4 years. Subsequently, The salaries were reduced in approximately equal parts within 3 years until the applicable maximum was reached on the basis of the WNT. The total transition phase of the WNT thus lasted 7 years. My person is of the opinion that a comparable transition and reduction should be applied in the LNT, and the formal legislation or legislator in Aruba also agreed to this. Since the semi-public entities have already reduced salaries when the temporary standard was introduced, I would also like a total transition phase of 5 years to be, or I consider it to be appropriate. This 5-year period breaks down as follows: 2 years of reparative effect, followed by 3 years of it being phased out. This amendment, Mr. Chairman, has been copied to you, and I will also provide a copy to my colleagues. I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, thank you, MP Rumo. The amendment will be booked in. Do we have any other speakers? I guess not. Minister, do we need to adjourn? We will adjourn the meeting until 4 o'clock. Meeting adjourned until 4 o'clock. Again, the Secretariat still needs a few minutes to get some paperwork in order. So we will adjourn again, this time until 4:30. Meeting adjourned until 4:30. adjournments, and this one has gone over time as well. We are back, and we give the floor to the Minister of Finance to answer the questions and observations made by members of Parliament. Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon again to you and the members of Parliament and all of the persons, the people of St. Martin that are viewing. I'll first start with the questions posed by MP Sarah Scott Williams. I'll first start actually with MP drew reference to the Edemed and the government taking instructions from Edemed and so forth. But I also like to remind the public that the reason these laws are here today is also for the reason that Parliament voted on these laws. MP Westcott also voted on these laws, right? And at that time, it was also by the instruction of the same Edemed, right, for us to get liquidity support. So in 2020, when we need liquidity support, an instruction came for support, and Edemed instructed us to get liquidity support, we need to have these laws in place or add 12.5% and so forth. So it's not that the government only doing it, we did it in the best interest of the country at that time. In regards to the other question and statements made about subsidized schools and so forth, yes, we did have meetings with subsidized schools because, yes, we did pay out the vacation pay. I mean, we did give them full subsidy, not just 2022, also 2021. In 2021, the schools paid out. In 2022, some schools did not, some schools did. And there were questions, and what I would chalk it up to also is miscommunication or lack of communication. And as a government, I could own up to that. I'll take responsibility for the government on that in terms of the miscommunication that there might have been between government and the schools, or maybe the lack of know-how in terms of implementing the cuts for the schools. Since then, though, Mr. Chairman, as the MP herself has said, many schools already have indicated that they are going to pay, and many schools already have paid. The other comment was in regards to the shareholder rep. I'll allow the PM to mention that, to respond to that, the shareholder. Okay, I guess I'll check it in a few. There's also a comment about the current law in terms of the 12.5%, why we left it inside of there. In the law, Mr. Chairman, it clearly states that the government can also pull the law, the 12.5% by LBA. We've come to Parliament a few times already, and I've heard MPs say this a few times already, that if you make agreements with Holland, you try to stick with them because you make these agreements and so forth. So we've made these agreements. We've agreed that once this law has passed, matter of fact, MP Sarah Scott Williams asked during the CC, I believe also, through you, Mr. Chairman, that if these laws are amended, similar to like Aruba, is it possible still to pull the laws and so forth? And go back and check the answers. I believe the Prime Minister at that point in time also indicated yes. So during the CC, the same discussion already came up, right, in regards to the LB being pulled from the 12.5%, even if we have amendments. I believe the PM in that time also indicated yes, that would be possible. So for me, Mr. Chairman, I also want all the laws to be pulled, the 12.5% and so forth. That's why we are here today, and that's what we are striving for as a government. We are striving to stick to our agreements that were made, and we're here today to pass laws so that we can start to reduce the 12.5%. That's what we're here today. So in essence, the concept of MP Sarah Scott Williams' thought process of removing the 12.5%, I agree. That's what we're here today. The manner in which, in addition to that, I've seen the amendment from the MP. in the amendment from the MP includes Article 5, similar to the, has a similar amendment to MP Bryson, but removes Article 5. But MP Sarah Williams leaves in another article, the same article that we are talking about in terms of the LB, government having the ability to, by LB, remove the 12.5%. So basically it's conflicting because you have an amendment that says we want to include Article 5, which says remove 12.5%, but we still have the opportunity by LB to do it. The other question in regarding the overview of consultants. An overview of consultants, Mr. Chairman, will be presented to the Parliament during the handling of the budget debate. The next question was posed in regarding to Article 25 of the EDFT. And the MP mentioned that this means that in a new disaster we cannot request to apply for Article 25. And how come the government could agree to that? And the more detailed answer would have been, Mr. Chairman, that of course with any new disaster we can request Article 25. We've also had discussions with CFT on this and with bezold on this already. And so yes, we can, for any new disaster, apply for Article 25. The next question was in regards to the conditions set by the EDMR, mentioning the pension schemes and so forth. And I agree that it is true that the EDMR conditions are very much in depth, and the level of technical details is not something that we've seen before. And I would even say it's rather disappointing that that it had to go that far in regards to the details in some of the laws. In regards to the question regarding the shareholder reps, currently the decision of the COM remains that the minister, as per the former LB, is mandated to be the contact person. The shareholder remains responsible. Discussions are taking place have taken place in subsequent meetings to address the challenges or concerns surrounding this. And I would now, I believe that's all the questions from MP Sarah Williams. I'll now go over to the question posed by MP Bryson. His question was, or he asked me for feedback on his amendment. And he also questioned the transition period of the other amendment, and I was answer all two. And he also asked if the entities apply the cuts for the 12.5%. So aside to the last one, yes, the entities have applied the cuts for 12.5%, the different public entities and semi-public entities. In regards to the transition period, when I look at the transition period of the Netherlands, and that's something, the discussion we've also had with bezold in the Netherlands in regarding these laws. We had a very, very tough discussions regarding the transition period. And we also pointed out to them that with the Netherlands, it took about 7 years, and we also believe that we deserve more time with ours. So I can see myself in the amendment, since we as a government also fought for this in the first place. In regards to the amendment from MP Bryson, not using temporary ordinance as the basis, so not using the 25% cut that we've all taken. There's also discussion we've had over and over and over and over with the Netherlands on through bezold. And again, this is an area that we do, I guess he asked me personally, yes, we do see ourselves in. And in addition to that, like you mentioned, it can be that if later on ministers cut their salary by 40%, for example, then the entities then get lowered again, or we go up and down. We can't have a up and down seesaw playing with the CEOs and the C-suite of these entities. So I also agree that since we're making this a permanent law, that we just fix it off the bat, off of the normal salary of the Prime Minister. And then, Mr. Chairman, there were no questions from MP Ramu. So if I miss any questions, Mr. Chairman, then I look forward to answering the clarification.
Thank you, Minister. We now go over to the second round, and according to the speakers list, before we go to the second round, clarification round. Does anyone desire a clarification? MP Westcott Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. I just need one thing clarified, and the other matters I'll leave for the second round, and that is if the minister can repeat the answer, his answer to the question regarding shareholder and shareholder rep. The minister quickly read off something, but I missed it. What exactly is the answer? So if that can be provided, Mr. Chairman, then thank you.
Any other clarification? MP Bryson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon once again. Indeed, the minister touched on one of, in evaluating, let's say, the amendments coming. Just for the minister to be clear, you mentioned that the tied liquor law, which is still a law, in Article 8 of that law, it gives the government the ability by national decree to indeed remove Articles 1 through 7. So not just 2, 3, 4, 5, but you can actually remove from 1 through 7. Can the government comment on its intentions or plans to do so? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, MP Bryson. Is there any other member who has a request for clarification? I see none. I turn to the ministers. 5 minutes, a real 5 or an extended 5? A real 5. We adjourn the meeting for 5 minutes. Meeting adjourned.
As I mentioned before, the agreements were that after we pass this law, we can start a process of phasing out. And as soon as law is passed, that's what we plan to do via the LBA. In regards to the question posed by MP Sarah Scott Williams, the relevant ministers regarding the shareholder rep remain in place as per the former LBA, but instead of shareholder rep, they are now contact persons as per the COM decision. But we have a upcoming Council of Ministers meeting to discuss the discussion about shareholder rep and contact person. So currently, the common decision is every minister that were responsible for a government entity, for example, via LBA as a shareholder rep, they are now contact persons. And that discussion will be further dealt with in the subsequent meeting of COM.
Thank you, Minister. And we now go over to, following the clarifications, we go over to the second round. And according to the speakers list, we have MP Rolando Bryson. And in the second round, MPs, please be reminded that the second round is 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon once again. Good evening now. Mr. Chairman, I asked that clarification point because it is something, of course, that I have been saying and have asking of the government constantly through these various civil servant laws we've been handling. Are these laws steps being taken towards the reversal of all the cuts? And we are consistently seeing that indeed that is the direction we are heading with these pieces of legislation coming to Parliament. And Mr. Chairman, that is why with that clarification, to me it covers any sort of doubt with regards to what happens with that temporary law. Mr. Chairman, in the original temporary law, in Article 8, it states that by national decree, not just Article 5, but Articles 1 through 7 can all be removed by national decree. Because I can understand the reason for saying, listen, if we're going to reverse this or Parliament is going to pass this, then we should also consider the implications of Article 5 in the temporary law. I understand that. I would support and be interested in an amendment to, let's say, cement that into this current law if another tool or alternative did not exist to not just address Article 5, because I also have concerns about Article 6. Article 6 talks about the trader and the promotions and so on. I think also that has to be addressed when we're removing these different cuts. So in regards to the amendment by MP Westcott Williams, I definitely agree with the premise of it. You know, hey, we should also pay attention to the fact that if we're scaling out these pieces of these laws, they are connected laws. It is a law that's replacing a temporary law, but the tool to remove Article 5, as a matter of fact, Articles 1 through 7 already exists. And I've gotten the commitment from the government that that is purely their intention. So it is for that reason I did not include, let's say, the removal of Article 5 or changing Article 26 to include the removal of Article 5 within my amendment. I did not choose to focus on that. I chose to focus on really the central premise of this law. This law is potentially affecting the top incomes of those within our country, and I felt that it is unfair to use a lower barometer that is not our permanent barometer for what the Prime Minister's salary should be. And I'm very happy that the government has agreed with my amendment. We've had those discussions. I can understand the concerns. And at the end of the day, the Parliament of St. Martin has our amendment right. The government has fulfilled its part of the bargain from my view. They have brought the legislation. But we are the legislator. We have presented various amendments. I fully agree also with the term regarding the time. I believe there's a slight change to that time as well for how long we can have a sort of overgangsregeling. All of that is fine. But the central thing about this law is the top income. And with my amendment, and hopefully with the support of members of Parliament, we will have a much fairer ceiling for what that amount should be. And I think and suspect and hope that ceiling will be something much more palatable for our local managers within the country. So, Mr. Chairman, with the fact that the government fully intends to not just address Article 5, but Articles 1 through 7 by national decree, after dealing with this legislation, I would also ask them to please keep the Parliament informed. This is something that can be done in writing about when that national decree will be heading over through its process of Council of Advice and the Governor. And then the members of Parliament you can have notice as to how soon those sort of cuts will be fully reversed for all those articles within that temporary law. So I ask the members of Parliament for their indulgence and support with the amendment, having heard that the government too is in support of increasing this amount. And when voting, I can have a further motivation, but I do ask the members of Parliament for their support and thank them in advance if I do get that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, MP Bryson. The next speaker, MP Westcott Williams, you have the floor at 5:10.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have a big clock in front of us, so thank you. And I see we're at 5:10:34. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the Minister has provided some clarifications and answers and went into a sort of a backup on the issue of the RMR. And Mr. Chairman, there are 2 points I made with respect to this RMR, the Kingdom Council of Ministers. One, and that the Minister seems to agree with, and that is the issue of how detailed will be the instructions from the Kingdom Council of Ministers be. And the Minister said, I can understand that, and I can agree with you, because that is essential for where I'm going to get on the proposal or the amendment that I proposed. So that was one thing, Minister. So the fact that agreement is agreement has really nothing to do with my concern that the RMR is basically going right down into the details to tell you and to suggest to tell the Parliament how to vote. Through you, Mr. Chairman, by the way. And then, Mr. Chairman, I ask about, I know what Article 25 says, and the Minister responded and said that maybe he should have given a more detailed answer. Mr. Chairman, I can only go by what I'm presented and I read, and it is stated that we cannot apply for Article 25 deviation. That's what it says. If the Minister is said, and then it should be recorded that actually it is for a specific period of time. Right now, one would read the answers from the Minister with respect to the instructions from the RMR, and I can only but draw the conclusion that we can't ask for deviation in accordance with Article 25. The Minister stated, oh yeah, but no, I should have, let me tell you, Mr. Chairman, I should have given some more detailed answers, because it can be applied, we can ask for it in new cases. Mr. Chairman, then let that be stated clearly. I don't want any misunderstanding about what the RMR, the Kingdom Council of Ministers, says, wants, does not say, or does not want. Let's understand that that Article 25 that is stated in the answers by the government is only very specific now. So, Minister, so I just would like that stated somewhere more concretely than just the Minister saying, well, maybe I should have given a more detailed answer. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, I hear the Minister said that in connection with the 12.5%, it might have, we're talking now public and semi-public institutions, that there was an issue of miscommunication, lack of information. And then both the Minister and a colleague of mine went into the issue of this, or the law, the local law, the temporary law, has the clause that the minister, or the government rather, because we're talking a national decree, not a general national decree, gewoon landsbesluit sec. The government can use, so it doesn't have to go to council of advice and that kind of thing. So the government can use that to cancel out the national ordinance, which is what the parliament agreed to. But why is that in conflict with suggesting that Article 5, which is the source of the same confusion and miscommunication that the minister referred to, that be eliminated, just like 2, 3, and 4 are being eliminated in this law before us today. So I can't understand the reference to, but the government can always cancel the complete temporary ordinance. And to say that that is the plan, Mr. Chairman, to do so, well, I would suspect at some point, yes. But right now, with these changes to the same instructions given by the Kingdom Council of Ministers, how would we ever know when and how quickly the government can come with a national decree canceling out the same temporary ordinances? So that does not jive. Not the fact that government can come with a national decree. What is not jiving is that today, the government still have other conditions to meet. Right? Not only this law before us today. One, when does the government expect it to be done? So this question about, or the statement about the government coming, the government can come with their national decree, the landsbesluit, and they will eventually come. My question is, when? When today we are changing the same conditions that the Kingdom Council of Ministers established. So when will the government have the tool to say we're going to cancel out the national ordinance? So, and I am saying the Article 5, and that is the amendment that I proposed, very, very cognizant of the fact that eventually at some point the government can cancel the entire national ordinance, because that's what Parliament decided that could happen for the sake of ease. But that sake of ease was not even used by the government when they paid out vacation allowance. They could have canceled that whole law then. Why wasn't it done? Why was it not done? Mr. Chairman, I maintain, and I hope that my colleagues understand my reasoning for adding to the cancellation of these Articles 2, 3, and 4, and that my amendment is to add 5, which has to do with the same article that the minister admits that caused miscommunication and information, and who paying out when, how, what they paying out, what did they reduce, what did they deduct, etc., etc. So, Minister, I hear your answer with respect to the chairperson, through the chairperson, regarding the consultants. The intention of government, let me see if I covered everything that the minister responded to. Yes, I did, Mr. Chairman, but again, this thing with the national decree, so the landsbesluit, the government has had that opportunity since before they paid out vacation allowance. Yet they chose to reduce the vacation allowance, to reduce the cuts through the vacation allowance rather than eliminating the entire national ordinance, which they could have done. So I'm saying, fine, that could happen when it happens, but right now I'm saying to the government to avoid issues in the future with respect to compliance with the law for the 12.5% cut by semi and semi-public institutions, take Article 5 out of the temporary ordinance, standardization, top incomes, and the cutting of the 12.5% benefits from persons. Take that out now, since we have before us a law that is taking out some other articles from that ordinance. Mr. Chairman, with that, the members have received not only a copy of the amendment to exclude Article 5 as well, to cancel it, to pull it back, but also an elucidation as to why I believe the opportunity to do it is now. And I believe that we should do that because I foresee issues in the future with the compliance with this particular, not this one here before us, but the law temporary measure maximization top incomes as well as the cutting of 12.5% salary. I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, MP Westcott Williams. We immediately move over to the final speaker in the second round, MP Angelique Rumu. It is 5:19.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, in this round, I would just like to indicate that I have made an amendment to my amendment, and I would read the revised explanation. The aim of this amendment to the National Ordinance for Standardization of Top Incomes hereinafter the LNT is to adjust the 2-year transition period. The LNT is strongly inspired by the Top Income Standards Act. At the time of entry into force of the WNT grants respectful effect to existing contracts for a period of 4 years. This means that when the WNT came into effect, agreed remunerations continue to apply for a period of 4 years. Thank you. Subsequently, the salaries were reduced in approximately equal parts within 3 years until the applicable maximum was reached. On the basis of the WNT, the total transition phase thus lasted 7 years. The undersigned, Angelique, myself, Rumu, is of the opinion that a comparable transition and reduction should be applied in the LNT. The former legislator in Aruba also agreed, since the semi-public entities have already reduced salaries when the temporary standard was introduced. I consider a total transition phase of 3 years appropriate. This 3-year period is broken down into 1 year of respectful effect, followed by 2 years of the phasing out. And that would give the top officials the space to anticipate the reductions in their remuneration and to take the necessary steps. I thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, MP Angelique Rumo. Minister, do we need to? Would you want to respond to the amendments?
Yes.
5 minutes. We give you an extra 3. We adjourn to 5:30. Meeting adjourned to 5:30. come back. We adjourned to give the minister the opportunity to respond to the amendments presented and observations made. Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'll answer both questions from MP Bryson and MP Sarah Williams because they're pretty much similar. But I'd also like to state, Mr. Chairman, that as a government, none of us wanted these laws to exist in terms of we didn't want conditions applied to us to get liquidity support. Today, we did that. Parliament did that, supporting government because we needed liquidity support to make sure things like SSRP, the food program, and so forth happened. So that's made that clear, Mr. Chairman. In regards to the communication that MP3, Mr. Chairman, the MP Sarah Williams keeps referring back to, that I agree. No, I do not agree with those statements for the record. When I mentioned miscommunication or communication, sorry, it was in reference to the schools, for example, not understanding, for example, within their subsidy, how to cut and so forth. When we have entities like GEB, SLV, and these other big entities, they have a whole financial department and so forth. And that's the reason why we decided the government to go on an individual one-on-one basis, Mr. Chairman, which the school boards did appreciate, just to add to that, to help them find solutions to be able to find ways within the 12.5% to be able to meet those conditions and yet still pay out the vacation pay. So that's just to clarify that point. And again, we also mentioned in the presentation that we have agreements, right? Parliament also are part of those agreements, and that's why the laws were approved in the first place. And the agreements are that once this law is approved, we can begin the phasing out. So again, the statement here is, as soon as this law is passed and ratified, we will begin the phasing out period. We will create the LB to start the removal of the 12.5%. I believe that covers both the statements from MP Bryson and MP Westcott. Again, approving this law as agreed upon, right? Because we didn't agree to remove the 12.5%. We agreed with the Netherlands that after this law is passed, we will begin the phasing out part. That's what we agree on. So if we approve the amendment from MP Sarah Williams, then we are technically going against the agreement that we had. Again, for the public, the agreement was you pass the laws, LNT. That was the agreement. By implementing the amendment from MP Sarah Williams, we are then going against the agreement, which again could have consequences, right? With new conditions, like we have seen in the last 2 years, which I'm pretty sure the teachers don't want new conditions again. I'm pretty sure no civil servant wants new conditions again. I'm pretty sure the unions don't want new conditions again. Matter of fact, they are right now watching this meeting expecting this law to pass. So we've had those discussions with them. So again, Mr. Chairman, as soon as law is passed, the government will start a process of creating the LB, writing the LB to phase out the 12.5% from this law. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Minister Irion. Second round is over, right? Does any member require a point of clarification? MP Westcott Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I would need to have clarified by the minister that there are certain amendments that can be made to the law before us and will not have an effect, and then there are amendments that can be. So, for example, in the minister's opinion, we can change the amount, the top amount of the top incomes, the top incomes, but that would not have an effect on the as agreed to, because the minister stated if we pass the law as agreed to, I would want to assume that that as agreed to refers to the agreement between the government and the Kingdom Council of Ministers. So we can change, in the minister's view, we can change the as agreed to law as far as the top income, the maximum income is concerned, which is proposed in an amendment. We can change the period of time, the so-called building down of the transition, let me call it that, the transition period. We can change that, and that would not have an effect. But if you look at a change like canceling out the law that exists right now for the 12.5% cut, then that would be a problem. Am I understanding that the as agreed to has certain flexibility in terms of what we can amend and what we cannot amend? That's my question directly to the answer of the minister. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, MP Westcott Williams. Does any other member require a point of clarification? No, there are none. Minister?
Mr. Chairman, what I can say is that specifically what was told to us is that for the 12.5% to be reduced, phased out, this law has to pass. So the discussion was not about amending this law, but I know what was told to us specifically for sure is not to begin phasing out the law, not to begin phasing out the 12.5% without passing the LNT law. And that was told to us, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, I need that point to be clarified because I think we're going further. Sorry, Mr. Chairman. I need that point, that answer to be clarified because I think we're going further from home. What LNT? So we're changing the LNT right now by amendments. That's what we're doing, several of them. So can we or can we not? The passing an amended LNT law, which we're trying to do, is that okay, is my question. Or can we do only certain amendments depending on who and where they come from? Is that what I'm understanding from the minister? That's what it seems to be. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, but that's what the minister is, and he's not really answering the question. He's not answering. Can we adjust the proposal for the LNT that was presented by the government as agreed to with the Kingdom government? Can we amend it and pass it and it will be okay, is my question. If we can amend it, how far? Because that's what we're dealing with today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, today we are here to discuss the LNT law. And the LNT law refers back to the 130% and so forth. Today, we didn't come to discuss the 12.5%. The LNT for top incomes does not include 12.5%, Mr. Chairman. And the agreement with the Netherlands was approving the LNT law. So, which deals with the top incomes of the C-suite, CEO, COO, CFO. So, again, what I know for sure is the discussions were to phase out the 12.5%, which I do not want to risk, right? I want to say I stick to my agreement, Mr. Chairman, right? And they didn't do their part, right? But I don't want to risk and say we didn't stick to our agreement, right? And they say, look, you didn't stick to your agreement. We have more conditions. Again, we're here to discuss the LNT law for top incomes today, Mr. Chairman, which deals with 130%. We didn't come here to discuss the 12.5% for the semi-public sector because we knew that once this law is passed, we could phase it out.
Thank you, Minister. We have come to the end of the deliberations on this agenda point. According to Article 55 of the Rules of Order, we now go over to voting on the draft national ordinance containing rules regarding the standardization of salaries of top officials in the public and semi-public sector, national ordinance standardizing top income as we have received an incoming document 1122 of the parliamentary year 2021-2022 dated July 6, 2022 of the parliamentary year 2021-2022, document 160. Several amendments were presented by several members. According to Article 59, Paragraph 2 of the Rules of Order, the amendments must be supported by at least one other member for it to be handled. Did the amendments receive? Which amendment we are voting on? The first amendment to vote on, the first one to be received, if the amendment of Member of Parliament Sarah Westcott Williams. The amendment is dated today, November 10th, 2022, incoming document 179 of the parliamentary year 22-23. Every member, all members received the amendment. Was there support by another member for this amendment? Yes, there is. So we go over to voting on the amendment, but before we do so, does any member do we wish? Hoofdelijke stemming? Hoofdelijke stemming. And before we go over to hoofdelijke stemming, we go to motivation of votes. MP Rolando Bryson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I elucidated earlier, I can understand the intent behind the amendment to, let's say, remove Article 5. The amendment is focused on that. I believe what the stated goal of the government and the stated emphasis at this parliament is that to phase out all cuts, so not just Article 5, but also the aspect of Article 6 and Article 7, where the tool to do that has been given by this parliament to the government by means of a national decree to do so. I have confidence in the government that they will. I will continue to monitor that this will be the case. We have to, of course, see the ratification process and so on. So for that reason, Mr. Chairman, while I see some of the opposition members are not here maybe to support the opposition leader's amendment, I, for one, will not be supporting that amendment today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for the clarification. Does any other member need to clarify? MP Westcott Williams.
Thank you once again, Mr. Chairman, for a brief motivation. Mr. Chairman, if the minister has tried to make it seem as if this particular amendment could possibly obstruct the passing of the law and therefore the phasing out of the 12.5%. But Mr. Chairman, if this amendment would do that, then all amendments would do that, because we are not dealing with the law as agreed between the government and whomsoever, I gotta say now because I'm not really sure. So Mr. Chairman, I maintain my position. I have no guarantee, comfort, or truth be told, trust that we will be seeing that landsbesluit eliminating the ordinance coming anytime soon, and I therefore maintain, and of course as the submitter of the amendment to remove that article from the existing law, I will maintain that. And if this one is not, if the others are not going to harm the law on the top incumbents, then I don't see why this one would, because they're all outside of the agreement that apparently was made. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, MP Westcott Williams. MP George Pontefield.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, history always plays a role. And the fact of the matter is, Mr. Chairman, the minister was quite clear. And I intentionally did not speak because I would have find myself doing what I'm doing now, is repeating. The fact of the matter is, Mr. Chairman, the dilemma we find ourselves in started because of COVID-19. We had no funds, the economy was practically shut down. We could not borrow anywhere on the international market. We had to borrow from the Dutch. And they said, yes, okay, we will assist so-called, but with conditions. Mr. Chairman, I have to remind the public again that this government fought for 6 months before submitting themselves to the conditions that the Dutch required. That's why we're here today, Mr. Chairman, because had not happened, we would not have been here today discussing these amendments, Mr. Chairman. The law would not even have existed. Mr. Chairman, the Minister was quite clear in his explanation as to why and what we are doing today, why the amendment of my honorable colleague cannot be accepted, and therefore, Mr. Chairman, I also cannot support that amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, MP George Pontefield. Do we have another motivation? MP Rumo?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I have pondered quite a bit about the support of this particular amendment because I do believe that the 12.5% should be taken away with. Again, my explanation having been that persons are accustomed to a certain salary, they have their bills, their needs, their different things that have to be met, and then boom, you have this, puts you at a disadvantage. However, Mr. Chairman, I want to support an amendment that will facilitate at its quickest the laws to be lifted. And I would also like to indicate that by accepting this amendment, it sort of excludes the semi-public entities, and I would want to see everyone be included in this. Hence, I see the quickest way would be for the laws to be lifted, and after the law is approved without further consequences or conditions, I would like the government to guarantee us that after the law is ratified, they will draft the LB. So I'm holding government accountable because, again, we are dealing with civil servants, we're dealing with teachers, we're dealing with quite a number of people that have been affected. And I do believe that it is time that we take all of these things into consideration. So once again, I'm holding government accountable to make and ratify and to create the LB. And hence, I cannot support the amendment as is. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, MP Rumo. I see no further need for clarifications or motivations, rather, and we will go over to shaking up the little bingo box. The lucky seven.
MP Christophe Emmanuel. MP Melissa Gums.
4.
MP Grisha Heiliger Martin. MP George Pontefield.
Against.
MP Rayon Peterson. MP Hyacinth Richardson.
Against.
MP Angelique Rameau.
Against.
MP Sarah Westcott Williams,
For, Mr. Chairman.
MP Akeem Arundel, MP Siddharth Bijlani,
Against.
MP Rolanda Bryson,
Against.
MP Chanel Brownville,
Against.
MP Solange Duncan,
For.
Chairman William Marlin,
Against. The votes have been tallied, and we have 8 for and 3 against. The sorry, 8 against and 3 votes for. The amendment has not been carried. The second amendment is from member Rolando Bryson. That too, members have received a copy of. Do we need hoofdelijke stemming? Hoofdelijke stemming. Is this, I believe we had that. Is this amendment supported by any members? I see several members, and we need hoofdelijke stemming. Does any member require to motivate his or her vote? MP Westcott Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I haven't gotten the answer for the last maybe nearly going on 4 hours with some intermissions, and I don't really expect to get it now, but I really, really would like to know if this amendment, in the view of the government and the minister, could be considered as going against the agreement on the ordinance for top incomes. I really would like to know this, as well as for the other. The minister kept alluding to the fact that the previous amendment, which was not passed by Parliament, that could have potentially influenced the decision about the scaling back. Does the minister feel comfortable that with these amendments, this one and the one coming up, that there will be no misunderstanding and no disagreement on the law, thereby delaying the elimination of the 12.5% cut for all civil servants, public, semi-public entities, all? I don't know how, but if the minister could give that guarantee, that after the passage by Parliament of the law, that it will not cause any further contention with the instructions given by the RMR, I would like that to be addressed somehow, to give that. Otherwise, I feel the same way like I felt with the other one. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, MP Westcott Williams. MP Bryson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, whenever dealing with these type of situations, I always hearken back to the words of Dr. Ardern in not one but 2 orientations that I went to, and she always opens with this: the Parliament and members of Parliament should never undermine our own authority. Mr. Chairman, the right of amendment, it is something that I stated in the introduction as part of our presentation at IPCO, that what we are seeing also is that the right of amendment is being used by many members of Parliament in various countries in handling these various laws. So is it uncharted territory to say, well, the government has agreements and the Parliament, for me, their part of the agreement is fulfilled when they bring the law here. It is then up for the Parliament of St. Martin within reason, with discussion with the government, getting a sort of feeling as to, well, what is the government's position on this amendment and so on. But ultimately, it is the right of amendment of members of parliament, followed by the parliamentarians, the parliament as a unit, to say, if we believe this is good for the country. No government can ever speak for what guarantees the RMR would give. We were promised a bag of money if we approve an integrity chamber. Did we get a bag of money? No. Those promises and so on are made. And parliaments and governments were shifted based on RMR decisions or intentions. What ultimately mattered is that Parliament decided this is the direction we want to go. Today, I am asking the members of Parliament to look at this piece of legislation and see that it is fair, that we use the proper level to create a permanent basis for what top income should be. And let us use our own authority to say, is this good for these people concerned? If yes, then I ask you to support. Mr. Chairman, I think that is actually the interesting situation that we have to continue to address as members of Parliament. The right of amendment that members of Parliament have in handling legislation coming from the government based on agreements. Whether it's the FATF that you make agreements with, and then it comes to Parliament, what did we do? We didn't blindly stamp it. No, we are in the process of amending it. And the government then goes back to the FATF and have that discussion. We are the Parliament of St. Martin, and we cannot undermine our own authority. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, MP Bryson. Any other member? No, then we go over to voting. We hoofdelijke stemming. We shake up our box once again. Number 1.
MP Akeem Arundel. MP Siddharth Bijlani.
For.
MP Rolando Bryson.
4.
MP Chanel Brownbill.
4.
MP Solange Duncan.
4.
MP Christophe Emmanuel. MP Melissa Gums.
4.
MP Grisha Heiliger Martin. MP George Ponteflet.
4.
MP Rayon Peterson. MP Hyacinth Richardson.
4.
MP Angelique Rameau.
4.
MP Sarah Westcott Williams.
4, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman of Parliament William Marlin.
4. The voting resulted in 11 for and 0 against. So this amendment was accepted with 11 votes for. We go over to the next. We go over to the next amendment submitted by member Angelique Rameau. Does this? We take a break?
Can we, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, we can amend for, we can break for 3 minutes, 2 minutes. another amendment submitted by MP Rumu. Does anyone support this amendment? I see several members. All members have also received this amendment. Do we need to vote on this by hoofdelijke stemming roll call? No roll call requested. The amendment is hereby unanimously accepted. So now we go over to voting on the draft in its entirety as amended. No, sorry, we will vote first on Articles 1 through 28. We will vote on the intitulé, the title, the considerance or the consideration, the draft in its entirety as amended by the amendments of Bryson and Rumu. Does any member request voting by roll call? Hoofdelijke stemming, roll call requested. We now go over to voting. Does anyone wish to motivate his or her vote? MP Westcott Williams.
Thank you for giving me the first motivation, although I wasn't first, but thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the law before us, and I think rightfully so, has not been suggested to be an urgent one, an exceptional one, and thereby eliminating the route that should be left open for the ombudsman. So in other words, this law needs to be given the 6 weeks period for vetting if the ombudsman office deems it necessary by that office. So taking that period into consideration, Mr. Chairman, this would mean, and now yes, will hold the government not only accountable, but if I look at that 6 week period, which would mean that by the 1st of January 2023, God's willing, give or take a day or two, we should be able to see, because we're probably not going to receive it before it's done, but we'll probably see 2 national decrees issued by the government of St. Martin and signed by His Excellency, the Governor of St. Martin. 1 national decree cancelling out the law that cuts the benefits of civil servants, and 1 cancelling out the cuts in benefits by all of the other institutions, public and semi-public institutions. So, Mr. Chairman, for me, I have noted the 1st of January 2023, and I await with much interest what happens between now and then and the discussions between our government and the Kingdom Council of Ministers on this topic of the LNT. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, MP Westcott Williams. The next motivation, MP Bryson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now that we've come to the actual legislation itself, I do want to pause to actually still, regardless of the result of how we vote on the amendments, I do have to give credit where it's due, because it's something that I have said, that it is not just the role of members of parliament to simply say we're voting against for voting against sake, or doing a de facto abstaining vote by not being present. Even if you have concerns with the law, and even if it does not get the broad support from members of parliament, it is commendable, the effort, I will give the credit to MP Westcott Williams, to find herself in the law by means of an amendment. So, Mr. Chairman, that is the work of parliament. We all have that right, and I continue to see us using it more and more. Mr. Chairman, with regards to the expectation For me, we're handling one piece of legislation today, which is the LNT. So the only LB I have an expectation for is an LB related to this legislation. And that is the one I will indeed be looking at, which is what I referred to before, Article 8 of the temporary law that allows the articles between 1 and 7 to be revoked. That is my line of expectation. And indeed, we still have budget to handle. We still have those steps to take. But the government from the onset in bringing these pieces of legislation said, these are the steps in that direction. And today, again, I hope the Parliament is taking yet another step for reversing the cuts that were necessary, that Parliament, by a vast majority, agreed were necessary at the time. But it's time to move forward and get back to normalcy, and hopefully this is that step in the direction. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This law will have my support.
Thank you, MP Bryson. I see there's no further need, so we go over to voting on the law, and we start with the number 3.
MP Siddharth Bishlani. 4. MP Rolando Bryson.
4.
MP Chanel Brownbill.
4.
MP Solange Duncan.
4.
MP Christophe Emmanuel. MP Melissa Gums.
4.
MP Grisha Heiliger Martin. MP George Pontiflet.
4.
MP Rayon Peterson. MP Hyacinth Richardson.
4.
MP Angelique Rameau.
4.
MP Sarah Westcott Williams.
4, Mr. Chairman.
MP Akeem Arundel. 4. Chairman William Marlin.
4. We have the results of the voting. The draft has been accepted with 11 votes for and 0 votes against. According to Article 88, subsection 1 of the Constitution of St. Martin, Parliament shall notify the government that Parliament has approved this draft national ordinance in its public meeting of today, Monday, November 10th, 2022. I would like to thank the Minister of Finance, Mr. Artwell Irion, and his support staff for their presence here today and for providing the necessary information. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of this meeting. I thank you all for your participation, and I hereby close this public meeting.